Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Sound Goblin Sunday streaming. Since we effectively finished up Kingdom Hearts 3 last Sunday,
We need something to purge our brains of it.
the only thing left to do in there really is all the grindy cleanup shit. And you know, this came out. We decided we were gonna start up a run-through of Super Robot Wars T. So we got the Southeast Asia version, which has a full English translation, which is awesome. They've been doing that more recently with these games. Yeah, I mean, without further ado, let's get rolling. So guidance mode there is just a tutorial for the main systems of the game if you're not familiar with it. We'll kind of go through it on our own anyways.
Let's go with standard mode for this one. Let's go with the defaults there.
So protagonist-wise, you do actually get, as you saw, your choice between the male and female protagonists.
Birthday and blood type matter.
Yes.
Yes, it determines what spirits they have.
Now, granted, I don't know what that's going to give me, but
Yeah. However, unlike a lot of games where you pick a protagonist and they're just kind of like a representation of you, these are actually existent characters, essentially, that have their own personalities and kind of do their own thing.
yeah. In most Super Robot Wars games, there are, in fact, entirely separate storylines for the different protagonists. Not sure how far they're going to do that here.
I'm pretty sure there's not a split in this one for the protagonists. Especially because, like, in my game that I'm playing through, where I chose the male protagonist, she's literally the Gespent pilot we get.
Okay.
Like,
I'm guessing the male pilot's just going to be the Gespent pilot.
probably. The only other thing that could possibly be the case is that they're doing a slightly different thing in the startup, because the idea is that the male pilot, or in the male pilot storyline, it's Special Section 3 that has the Tyrannados, which is like their mech for like the proposal for like the next mainline mech for the Earth Federation, and she is from Special Section 1, who has the Gespent. It's possible she may start with the Gespent and we get the Tyrannados.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see. So to explain, if you're not really familiar with Super Robot Wars games, these are sort of this insane original story mashup of dozens of different mecha anime.
All of the shows involved take place in the same universe, and their histories can and will mash together in as good a way as you can with these disparate storylines.
Yeah, the core three that basically have shown up essentially throughout the entire series. And by the way, the series has been around for a long fucking time. To put this in perspective, the first Super Robot Wars games was on the original Game Boy. But like the core three are effectively always UC Gundam of some sort.
Mazinger
and Getter Robo, again, of some sort. More recently, it's pretty much always been Getter Robo Armageddon. And Mazinger tends to do Mazinger Z, but this one actually is using Mazinger Z Infinity, which is okay. But yeah, so those are usually the core of the background for the world that you're in, but it incorporates elements from basically every series that's in the given game, just to kind of make up for... Okay, yeah, and it looks like it just, whichever pilot you choose is the Section 3 Tyrannado pilot, and...
Yeah.
So normally we wouldn't get the Gespent as early as we're going to get it, and normally this scenario isn't technically in the game, but we got the quote-unquote pre-order or early purchase bonus, which includes Scenario 0 and the early Gespent. But yeah, so this game involves a lot of returning series and 4 new series that have not been in Super Robot Wars games before. This includes Captain Harlock, Arcadia of My Youth, SSX, Cowboy Bebop, Magic Knight Rayearth, and what's the fourth one that was added for this one?
Votoms.
No, Votoms has been in stuff
Votoms
before.
is in
Votoms was in M, I want to say.
I don't remember the full list.
Was it
Maybe
Expelled?
IDO?
No, I don't think IBO was in this one at all.
I really don't know this one.
Was it Expelled from Paradise?
Possibly.
I'm like, that's the one series in this game that I'm not at all familiar with, so I have no idea. But yeah, so those are new ones, and so they're integrating stuff from those into the sort of already existent storyline. There's a whole storyline that's been going on for Super Robot Wars games. Technically, there's sort of divergent timelines. A few games are directly related to each other. However, it is canonically established now that all of the Super Robot Wars games are technically taking place within the same multiverse. They're just different timelines within that multiverse, and they have sort of ripple effect influence on the other timelines.
Yeah, Expelled from Paradise is the other
Okay, which
new series.
I literally have never even heard of before, so I couldn't begin to tell you what elements from that end up in this. So the mech we have right now is the Tyranado. This is an original for Super Robot Wars. Bandai basically always creates some sort of original design for Super Robot Wars games. Usually they are... So they've had a few that are sort of their staple originals, and they just kind of do variants on them. I believe the Tyranado is actually brand new, though.
The Tyranado is brand new. It's borrowing designs from a lot of previous series Real Robot designs.
Yeah, but it itself is an actual brand new original for T. We will get a Gespent, which is sort of a series staple. I think the Erm shows up at some point as well, which is another pretty common one. The general idea is that because of weird licensing issue stuff that goes on, Bandai designed original mechs that are very reminiscent of existing mecha series, so that when they did their original generation Super Robot Wars games, they could use them kind of as XPs for the Gundams and the Getter Robos and stuff like that. They're not exact 1-to-1, but they're pretty decently close. This one to me, the Tyranado, actually, I feel like has a lot of Macross vibes to it. Actually,
it's got a little Macross.
There's a lot of jet fighter elements to the actual design. Now it doesn't transform or anything, so it doesn't have that from the Valkyries.
I don't know.
But
I get way more of a vibe of the Nightmare frames from it, especially the custom
kinda.
Nightmare frames.
I just get the vibe of someone who doesn't know what a bayonet is.
Look,
That
just
is
because Beam
true.
Bayonet in no way actually involves a bayonet.
So there's not really a lot to explain about the actual system of the game itself. If you played Fire Emblem, you get 70% of what this game's throwing at you already.
Yeah, it is a pretty bog standard strategy RPG.
Yeah. The only real differences are the command. There are certain attacks I can do that I can only do if I haven't moved, like the Magna Beam launcher, and there's certain commands I can do on the fly, even if I've moved, like the Beam Bayonet. Neither of these have special effects, but the Beam Bayonet does have ammo that has to be replenished. We will get into that later when I actually have to replenish the ammo for it. I'm not getting the impression for these first few fights that I'm ever going to have to worry about reloading, especially once we get another mech on the field to help do cleanup work.
In my playthrough so far, I'm on scenario 8 and have generally just forgotten that ammo is actually a thing that exists
Yeah, that's generally how it is.
for
Unless you're-
any of my mechs. Also, to put this in perspective, some of the games in the Super Robot Wars series pace faster or slower, kind of depending upon how things go. There'll be times in some of these games where you go through the first 4 or 5 scenarios with 2 or 3 mechs. This one goes real quick in getting you a massive squad to the point where by the 3rd or 4th scenario, we're seriously going to have 5 or 6 mechs out there, so nothing's really going to be much of a problem.
Yeah. as you've noticed, we have kind of an attack counter-attack thing going. We don't have to do that.
Yeah, when you get attacked, you have 3 options of what you can do. You can counter, which is you don't put any active force into trying to prevent the attack or soak the damage, but you do get to do an attack back. You have evade, which just straight up lowers their hit percentage based on your evade stat and your mech's mobility. And you have defend, which based on your mech's armor, and I don't think a pilot stat factors into defend, but I've never been 100% clear on that.
It does, but not to any great extent.
And basically all that is I am in no way going to try and avoid this attack, but it's going to do, like, significantly less damage.
Yeah, defense basically halves the amount of damage you take from an attack.
Depending on game. Most of the time
Yes.
it's halved. I think in this one it's actually 20%. But this one is very focused on you can soak hits like a mofo.
Yeah.
Like, I would say probably half the pilots I've gotten at this point in my playthrough started with Persist as a spirit, which is just 15 spirit gauge, reduced damage by 87.5% for this round. Like, this game is very much soak focused, it seems.
Also, by the way, do you know if the triangle is skip or if it's auto in this game? It should be auto based on...
You're talking about in these text
Yeah.
boxes? I don't think it's either, actually. Hit it real quick. Yeah, triangle is backlog.
Ah, okay.
Triangle is backlog. Square is the journal thing.
It's the journal thing.
If you want auto, it's actually just using the up arrow on the D-pad to move that thing on the side all the way up to 4.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, like those. That's like the auto speed.
What's that mean? Gotta get that dollar bill, y'all.
Yeah, so I believe my understanding is the female protagonist in this is incredibly money motivated and is focused on.
In the
making
opening
money.
thing where we chose our protagonist, she literally says her motto is "No money, no honey."
Yeah. The male protagonist, meanwhile, is a very straightforward and serious salaryman who just believes that it is the responsibility of an office worker to do their job, even if that job happens to be piloting a giant robot.
Indeed. Employees are people.
Right, employees are a valuable human resource. Employees are also people.
Yeah. Just love the, was it boss's daughter or president's daughter trying to deal with him the
boss's-
entire time?
Yes. The new recruit. She'll come up in a little bit here. So this is all tied to Scenario Zero. This is, again, stuff that isn't technically in the normal game. But is basically... And yeah, most of this justification is the same no matter which protagonist you're using. It's just sort of the wording that's a little different. Like if it's the male protagonist, instead of being like, I would like a subordinate, blah blah blah. He basically goes like, I feel like I can't bring out the full potential of the Terranato, and the president is like, oh, you mean you want to have somebody else pilot it? He's like, no, sir, I think I need a second pilot to really, the cockpit is designed for 2 people. It's like, oh, we'll get you a rookie then.
That man has epic fucking sideburns.
It's also
That
really
means
funny.
aiming for Tiger Woods sideburns.
It's also really funny there, in case you noticed, the president of the company was like, why don't we just take that one girl who's heading combat R&D and just assign her to Special Section 3 instead?
The boss is
And
like,
the boss is like, actually. And pretty much as soon as she shows up and it's revealed that she's the boss's daughter, one of the other people like basically accuses her of nepotism, and it's like quite literally no. The boss was like, "We really shouldn't, dude. Like, that's my daughter." What are you trying to do?
I'm just looking at the stats of
Ah.
game costs.
Okay, so you have intuition.
Yeah. Which I think is the automatic hit.
Don't remember. Off the top of my head. Anyways, we have a very important thing we have to do right now.
Which is what, change music?
Yeah. So one of the things about this game is outside of Japan. So the Japan version has essentially a free DLC you can get that basically has all the like actual songs. But because of licensing issues outside of Japan, they can't actually do that for anything that's not the Japanese version of the game. However, the game does just allow you to load custom background music. So, I may or may not have gone out and tracked down a whole ton of the songs in this game in order to have the real versions of them set up. So we're going to do this real quick, and we're going to need to do this as well each time a mech shows up for the first time. We'll have to set this up for them as well, because this is just setting up the general music that plays like on the stage when a pilot is talking, for instance. And then the actual battle music is set up separately. But you can only set battle music for mechs you currently have. So
Also show a remarkable restraint by only adding music that actually applies to the series, and not just having to play all sorts of random nonsense every time things happen. Not that I can't promise this is not going to happen in later episodes.
I mean, I'm already considering just getting you a shock to put on our Tornado. CCA main theme. And to be fair, it kind of happens a little bit in that some of these I've sort of cheated a little bit in the custom background music thing in and of itself, in that I've gotten like variant versions of songs or stuff like that. Most notably, the Yushao Tanjo. The one that they use for the game is actually a pretty decent sort of MIDI-ized version of Yushao Tanjo. But I got the Mythology version from Gao Gaigar Final, and all the Gao Gaigar music, I'm basically using the Gao Gaigar Final Genesis versions. So they're way more awesome. You will also notice I have a lot of songs in this particular list that are not actually on the list you're seeing here, and that's partially just because... there it is. That's partially just because... Black Serena we're going to replace with Rosebud.
Rosebud.
Yes, Rosebud.
Ghost of Estevalis, I feel like I'm probably going to replace with You Get to Turning.
Full of vitamins and green penis. Oh, wait. That's not right.
But like a lot of the songs that you see on here aren't actually on this list, and that's just because I grabbed some additional songs to use for specific attacks. Because when you're setting up the custom background music, you can actually set for each individual attack you can set a different song for.
It's that kind of game.
Again, we're going to show a little bit of restraint in that, but as we play through more and more of this game, things might get more and more bizarre. Just, heads up.
Alright,
Alright, bizarre.
okay, man.
No, I did not grab a version of Dan of Thursday because the one in this game is fine. And these are all actually just original songs, which are all just sort of what they are. Okay. I guess we're able to save music data. Okay.
Yeah, we'd handle the robot ones off screen.
Well, right now the only robot we have is using an original song, so there's nothing for us to change. When we actually start getting, the robots that actually have songs on here, we can do that. Do keep in mind you do have funds and TACP you can spend out of.
So VTX employee guidelines is a thing we get from the prologue mission.
Yeah, it's a special thing. It just increases spirit points by 20, and you recover 10 every turn.
Yeah, that's probably not going to stay on her, but we only have one mech right now, so why not? Sight.
Sight is accuracy.
Yeah, I was going to say accuracy, but probably that means.
Huh?
I'm just gonna give it like 1 point across the board, and then save the rest for when we get the full team or get more units in.
Yeah, your call. Go to learn skill.
Oh,
Go to the last page. Proud Ace.
Right.
We're going to want that on... no, you have to actually select it again and put it on her. So the way that the skill learning in this one works is you create the actual skill and you actually have to assign it to pilot.
Okay.
Hey, Hunter Green, how's it going? Yeah, Proud Ace we're going to want on every pilot we can reasonably get it on. It basically shaves like 10 to 50, I think 10 off of regular Ace and 15 off of Great Ace for how many kills you actually need to get that. And those are important because those are major boosts. Every pilot in the game basically has an Ace and an Ace like ability, which is only unlocked once they become an Ace, and then Great Ace, which is like an upgraded version of that and also a stat boost. Yeah, Hunter Green, this is going to be our Sunday game for now. Since we finished up Kingdom Hearts 3, we will probably be doing a full playthrough of this, I would imagine. Which
I got no plans to change.
Yeah, because at the very least, Krampus and I love the shit out of these games.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Considering this one's self-contained, I don't have to care about the other stories. So.
Ish. It is as self-contained as most Super Robot Wars games are.
Yeah.
In that, like, there are totally events that have taken place in other Super Robot Wars games that are referenced in this, but it also has a fairly comprehensive log. You actually have to hit X on this, by the way.
Oh.
I sat on that screen for a while on my playthrough.
Oh, it's a Kingdom Hearts 3 loading screen.
Yeah. Yeah, Hunter Green. As I explained at the start, so this is actually the Southeast Asian version, which more recently they've been doing a lot of this, where the Southeast Asian releases of games will come with a full English translation. And it's not like crappy machine translation either. They actually hired a lot of really big mecha fans to do the translation on this. A couple of people from fan subgroups I follow that do like old school mecha anime actually got hired on to do the work on this translation. So it's actually pretty accurate. But yeah, they've been doing that more and more often. I think the first big release that really had an English translation for Southeast Asia was Gundam G-Gen Genesis. There wasn't really much before that.
Breaker was the first one, I think.
I'm talking about this style of game.
Well,
Breaker is Breaker's the only thing. So they did G-Gen Genesis, and then OG Moon Dwellers also got an English Southeast Asian release.
Really?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. I know it had a Southeast Asian release. I'm pretty sure it was in English. Not 100% on that, but yeah, now they've done T in English, and it's becoming a more common thing. basically Bandai Namco is starting to acknowledge like there are a lot of Western fans of the series, but there's absolutely no way they will ever possibly be able to license one of these games in the US. So they just kind of wink and nod, releasing a full English translation in Southeast Asia with the knowledge that there's like no reason to actually not get it, because PS4, really all you need is to create a Southeast Asia PSN account, which doesn't take much trouble.
Yep.
And then you like can buy the Southeast Asia points cards from like Play Asia or wherever to get this kind of stuff. And then this particular game, SRWT, also has a Switch release, which is even easier because the Switch just doesn't have regions at all.
Yeah.
They did do a English version for the Go.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty sure. So this was like $89.90 in Singapore dollars, I think, which is like roughly like $97. It was about roundabouts $100 essentially. So it is a little bit expensive to pick up that way because of rates and stuff like that. And like obviously when you're buying the stuff from the stores, it's not in the direct conversion rate with Play Asia. They increase the price of the points a little bit so they can make some profit off of it too, which is fine, whatever. But yeah, so it is expensive to do this, but then again, these games also only come out once every like 2 years, so. Yeah, that's pretty much the case, Undergreen. Like they're comparatively expensive to what you would pay for a new game here in the States, but this game is never going to release in the States, so it's worth it to be able to play these in English without some insanely complicated rig like a stand holding a tablet with Google goggles and.
It was a tablet. It was pointing at the screen and was using Google Translate.
Badly.
Yes.
But did it work?
I'd give it like a 25%.
I could translate menu options, that's all I needed.
It was really confused by all the different Ultramen. So here's the sort of library option. If you hit Square again, it'll give you an information. So VTX Union is the company that we work for. They are mostly a weapons company, but they've been diversifying because of their current president, Diamond Goldwyn.
That's the guy with the epic sideburns that we saw
Yes.
in the Zero mission.
And yes, you will take some. I imagine you're going to take a while to get used to the controls too, because for some reason, despite literally every other game ever fucking released in Southeast Asian version using the Japanese control scheme wherein O is correct and X is cancel, this one uses the Western style where X is correct and O is cancel. Breaks my fucking brain. Even still, I'm like 15 hours into this game. Yeah, so here it is. Meryl is like, there was nepotism, there was string pulling, and it's like, actually the exact opposite happened. The boss kind of tried to be like, dude, we totally should not do that. And the president was like, it should be fine! Because he's that kind of guy. Now that you bring it up, I definitely can see some comparisons between Diamond Goldwyn and Taiga from Gao Gaigar. Which, by the way, apparently the sequel series is finally getting off the ground.
Really?
Yeah, we actually have character designs for the adult version of Mamoru.
No wonder they call you a bitch. I mean, not that narrow.
Something else you can do, by the way, Krampus, if you hit square on these, and then hit square on their actual names, you can read the little profiles for them where they get, like, for instance, for Meryl, it actually talks about, like, how she earned her nickname. Same thing with Ammius.
Yeah.
Miss Straight.
Yes, she's nice and gentle, but then when people confess to her because they misunderstand her gentle nature, she shoots them down hard.
We're gonna have that coffee stain on our shirt for the rest of the game.
I don't know. I played the male protagonist. I have no idea if that...
The coffee stain is from she literally chugged an entire coffee.
No,
and
I know.
snorted part of it out of her nose.
I know, but I doubt it, but you never know with these games, honestly.
Wait, fire?
Level A.
Your mouth is huge!
Wow.
So one thing about this one actually involves surprisingly few series.
Yeah, they've kind of pared down the amount of series that they're...
Like, older Super Robot Wars games would sometimes involve, like, 20 or 30 series.
Oh
in them.
boy! The Alpha series.
Yeah,
My
Alpha
God.
Alpha involved, like, I think 38 was the biggest, was the top
Yeah,
end.
that
for
wasn't the
Alpha.
record, though. That was MX.
No, MX was ridiculous. MX was like, I think, 51? Something like that. This one is, like, only like 15 or 16, I think, but they're all really good.
I want to say, counting subs of the same series, like there's 2 or 3, like, seeds that are... Or not seeds, but, like, 2 or 3 of the same UC period and their movies and stuff.
Not so much in this one.
I can't remember the exact...
UC stuff in this one is Zeta, Double Zeta, and CCA.
And some Crossbone.
Well, yeah, and Crossbone. It's often hard for me to remember that Crossbone is actually UC because it's so far disconnected.
Yes. But it technically is.
Yeah. Like, we were even having that discussion earlier about Crossbone being UC, and it just slips my mind that Crossbone is actually UC.
Yep.
And technically, it's not even Crossbone in this, it's Crossbone Skullheart. But,
Okay, well, yeah.
because it's Tobia.
First tale.
Oh, yes, G Gundam is in there, but G Gundam is not UC. G Gundam is its own thing.
Universal Fight Century.
Yeah.
Sort of Hunter. It's listed as 3 Crossbone versions, but they all kind of overlap. The primary thing that's Crossbone in this is actually Skullheart.
Okay, we're not getting the coffee stain this whole game. Unless they keep bringing back the coffee stain. Oh, we've Shinji'd his daughter. Good.
The Beltorchika's children thing is strange, and I don't know how much we're going to go into that until we have to.
Asking about Beltorchika?
Well, see, technically speaking, Beltorchika's children is in this game, as well as CCA.
What, do they have the Hainu and the Nightingale?
Pretty sure it's Nightingale, but...
I mean, the only thing that really differentiated in Beltorchika's children is that Amuro is married to Beltorchika instead of Chan, and they have a baby on the way.
Well, and the ending is like
A little bit.
the opposite way around.
Yeah. It's gonna be weird because Beltorchika's children was the basis for Hathaway's Flash, that version of events, and we're getting a Hathaway's Flash movie at the end of the year, so it's gonna be all over the place. which they gotta change a few things. Theoretically, they're gonna have to base the Hathaway Splash movie off of CCA,
And
or have it
be
really fucking confusing. They'll have to incorporate a lot of Unicorn too, which not a bad thing.
Crush it.
Yes, this does have Cowboy Bebop, Magic Knight Rayearth, G Gundam, and Gal Gaigar. Cowboy Bebop and G Gundam we actually get into our parties pretty quickly. Gal Gaigar gets representation pretty quickly, but as far as I've gone, which again I'm like on 7 or 8, scenario 7 or 8, I don't actually have any Gal Gaigar units on my team yet, and Rayearth has yet to show up. I think they're pretty late game.
There's nothing wrong with Sakurai. I'm a genius.
But yeah, again, that's what I was saying, is that this particular entry in the series does not have a lot of series represented, but the series it has represented are super strong. Yeah, you have the Mega Buster Striker now.
We don't have enough morale.
No, we do not have
That is another thing about the series is at the start of the mission you don't have a lot of morale, but as you go on fighting, either attacking or being attacked,
you typically start at either like 100 or 105 based on stats, and then there's stuff you can get that boosts that. Yeah, I was guessing you meant Full Metal Panic and not Full Metal Alchemist. FMP has only been in one Super Robot Wars
only one
game.
Super Robot Wars T.
Yeah, not T.
This is T.
V.
Or, so yeah, there was X, V, and then T.
Yeah,
I think they're in double D as well.
they're in one. They're only in like 1 or 2 on those of them. I think it's only 1. It might be 2. I don't. Some of them are hard to keep track of. But yeah, they're not a very common one. It's honestly to the point where like they're kind of starting to stretch the limits of what series they incorporate in, because I mean for a long time the series was really focused on, well, we're going to include series that are super focused on mecha, and like mecha is like a major part of them. And then they've slowly over time have gotten kind of looser and looser with that, which I'm perfectly happy with. I think that's a great thing because it allows them to kind of loosen up a bit, and like that's why like Cowboy Bebop is in this, despite the fact that they only really have spaceships. They don't have mecha. And like Magic Knight Rayearth, which most people who haven't actually watched that series wouldn't even realize there are mecha involved in Magic Knight Rayearth.
See, all we need now is Outlaw Star, because they've got ships with...
Outlaw Star has been in
Oh, good.
an SRW game.
Glad to know that.
Yep.
I believe they've been in exactly one.
I'm sure, they're not a big thing, but... Yeah, ships and mecha, there you go. They've got mecha arms.
Yeah, so they're starting to expand it a little bit, but even still, most of the time, the series that get more frequent representation are still usually going to be the ones where mecha is a major focus. And while there is mecha in Full Metal Panic, it's, well, dependent upon which seasons, the mecha are more or less a focus of what's going on.
True. So only one for FMP, though, huh? I would have expected more.
It's either 1 or 2. Either way, it's not a lot, because it wasn't until fairly recently that FMP actually showed up.
That's true.
It was in the past, like, 5 or 6 years was the first time that it showed up in an SRW game. The other thing as well is that they tend to try and like to bring in some of the older stuff that they haven't represented yet, and there was a period where there was a new mecha anime being released just about every fucking month during like the late 70s and early 80s, so they're still kind of trying to work through their backlog there, frankly. Boom! That's why, like, one of the ones that's in this, Trider 7, has been in Super Robot Wars games before, but again, I think it's been in, like, once, because they tend to go through this rotation of that era of mecha anime.
Intrigue.
Usually the only time they'll have kind of a pair up, even when they had, like, we're doing a lot more series within a single game. They usually would only have maybe 2 or 3 of that era, aside from the standbys of like Getter Robo and Mazinger. So they would usually have like, for instance, the one that I can think of off the top of my head that was probably one of the most they ever had from that like era of anime was they had Getter Robo, Mazinger, Combattler V, Zambot 3, and Daitarn 3 all in the same game.
Yes. We don't really have anything that's going to take these guys out in one hit yet.
Boost your damage.
Yeah, technically speaking, we probably could have if you could put a level or 2 into weapon
Yeah, I forgot to do that.
on the
I had forgotten
start
that
screen.
leveling up your weapons is separate from leveling up your
Yes.
actual mech. It's been a while. Jovian Federation.
Yes, the Jovian Federation, not to be confused with the Jupiter Empire.
Yep.
So the Lizard War is technically from a previous SRW game. If you get that the library entry, that actually shows the full timeline for this.
New Universal Security.
Yes, the NUE, which is a New Universal Era.
The 1 Year War happened.
Yes, Undergreen, Nadesco is in this one. Specifically the movie Nadesco stuff.
First gunfight is hell.
Yeah.
1 Year War starts.
Also, they fight against Dr. Hell.
Yep, battle against Dr. Hell and the Lunar War against the invaders occur. Conflicts are quelled due to the White Base's activities. Year 190, the Mycenaean War begins and ends. With the decline in the Earth Federation's military strength, Xeon-related skirmishes erupt. Year 195, the last spaceship, Space Explorer Luxion, is mysteriously destroyed. Year 198, EI-01 arrives on Earth. The Grips War, Cosmo-Babylonia conflict, and Lizard War also occur.
That's just a shitty year.
Yeah. Year 199, August, the Grips War ends. This triggers the start of the Jupiter War and Neo-Zeon Resistance. December, Black Noir and EI-01 take control of Tokyo, but are defeated by the GGG and others. December, the 13th Gundam Fight Final Battle and the fight against the Dark Gundam occur.
I find this so hilarious as a fan of Gundam because we're talking about 2 horrible wars that are separated by 50 years of time in the Gundam home.
Not here.
Yep.
Nope, just shit happening all at once.
Year 200, February. With the end of the Jupiter War, the Earth Federation and Neo-Zeon reach a ceasefire.
That's where we're at in the timeline.
Wait, the end of the Jupiter War was 4 months.
Yes.
Okay.
And?
Just saying.
Okay, this is the thing that doesn't happen with the male protagonist, actually, apparently.
Okay.
So apparently there are some differences in how things proceed. But yes, Hunter, there's the Jovian Federation, the Jupiter Empire, and the Martian successors. All of whom are apparently on Jupiter.
Woe betide the people who have to write stories for SRW.
They actually do an amazing
Yeah, they do a really good job making
They
it
have
all
so
work
much
together.
shit to work with.
This year, 3 wars occur.
It's actually usually really funny too, because of just the way the characters interact too. Like, so in a second here, Great Mazinger is going to show up, and that pilot is a honored war hero from the Lizard War.
Oh.
Yeah, Big Wolf Hog.
Thank you, my ninja friend.
Big Wolf.
And yes, the GGG who are instrumental in the defense of Earth.
Yep. Great Mazinger.
Also, Meryl's a fangirl.
Yep.
Yep, Tetsuya Tsurugi. Incredible veteran war hero. Of the Mycenaean War.
Look at that man!
Third squadron.
I'm disappointed they don't force the stupid helmet on Shiro. So the important thing with it being based off of Mazinger Z Infinity rather than like any of the regular Mazinger stuff is I don't think a Mazinger exists separate from Great Mazinger.
Okay. All I know is that means we don't get Boss Boron. That makes me sad.
Because what Shiro is piloting there is in fact not a Mazinger.
It's a great Mazinger.
No. Tetsuya is piloting the Great Mazinger. See, normally Tetsuya pilots the Great Mazinger, and Shiro pilots Mazinger Z. Which are two separate entities.
It's fine. Multiple Gundams. Multiple Gundams.
Well, yes, but in Mazinger's... So that's the thing. It's like, that's not like a thing they did like, oh, that's a weirdness for SRW. That's like actually what the case is in Mazinger's. Great Mazinger is a separate robot.
So we get Big Full Fog.
Advance warning, don't get too used to him. He disappears after this fight.
I kind of figured.
And then, yes, Shiro is in the Ichinana.
Shingana and Melee. Good. Simple. I like it. And then, of course, we have a
Great.
man who needs no introduction. Mazinger.
Yeah, so it's Great Typhoon, Drill Pressure Punch, Breast Burn, all the stuff you'd expect.
Yep. Oh.
So as you may notice, Great Mazinger already starts a little bit ridiculous. He has 7,300 HP.
Well, he's a super robot. He's expected to have a gigantic pile of hit points. You got your super robots, which are your tanks, and then you got your real robots, which are your squishier units, but usually have, like, real destructive or real useful attacks.
Thus far, there has, as far as I played in this one, they actually haven't made the distinction quite as much as they usually do.
Yeah, they've kind of streamlined a lot of the stuff. Wait, what?
What? Melting Siren removes barriers, don't worry about it.
Okay, good. That's what I thought. Start cleaning here because Tyranado can come clean up from that flank. Then they told us of the significance. It will be significant. Then they killed the dog. Explode! This is excessive for one unit. Neither.
You're already dead.
Nope.
Like, he's used to having to fight Zonders.
Flounders are gone. EI-01's already been eliminated.
Well, yes, but he was built to fight Zonders. Excessive's the name of the game.
Go, go.
Things have all been nicely televised. Gain a level. Suji may be useful.
She's actually pretty useful. She has healing.
Okay, she's the one who got the restoration.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, she's the big he's almost done. The system will default to using the most powerful attacks, which is...
It doesn't actually in this
Huh?
one. They did change that.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Because every time she's counterattacked, unless I specifically say.
It defaults to using the attack most likely to hit. Most likely to hit is first priority, and then most likely to cause a shoot down is second.
Yeah, this battle's not going to last long enough where I have to worry a lot about energy, but... Especially now that I've got extra units.
Into scenario 7 or 8, as far as I've gotten, it is, again, not a thing I've actually had to worry about, like, ever.
Yeah.
I take it back. There is one unit that I've had to worry about that on, but that literally has an attack that takes 50 energy, so... The erupting burning finger takes 50 energy, so I can't use that willy-nilly. Literally nobody else has attacks that take enough energy that I have to care. Like, quite literally, I think that the big attack on the Terranado takes, what, like 10?
Yeah, I think it's only energy that has a 10.
It's like 10 energy out of the, like, 200 some odd the Terranado has. The longest fight I've had in this game so far was like 14 rounds. So...
Yeah, the larger beam cannon takes like 30. But there's 2 beam cannons it has currently. There's the
Yeah, I'm
what we
pretty
had from the
sure. I'm pretty
beginning.
sure one of them is like 5 and one of them is like 10 or 15.
It's 10 and 30. You might have a part on there that's reducing energy usage.
Check it again. Okay, regardless,
10.
that's still 10 uses of the thing. Like in 9 or 10 uses of the thing, effectively, you don't need that much. Especially because you're regenerating 10 per turn.
Yeah.
Or no, that's SP, not AN.
That's it.
Batman is dead.
We're the good guys. They attacked us.
Regardless, thus far in the game, I have literally not run into an energy conservation situation I cared about.
Yeah. We're doing this again, and I don't care.
So yeah, this is the, like, one of the ninja robots from Galgai Gar.
Yep. This is something I guess upgraded form.
Yes.
Your robot ain't even got hands.
And even got him.
Also notably, like, stuff about like in the Super Robot Wars games in general. So art style wise, they sort of switch back and forth a lot of times. Some of them are much more super deformed style, and then there's ones like this where it's sort of half. Like the art style for the robots in this game is definitely not full on super deformed, but it's not like 100% series accurate either, obviously. I have to admit, I am starting to get annoyed in my playthrough. I'm very far into it, and I still don't have my good old Getter boys.
Yep.
I want my fucking Getter Robo. Especially because it's fucking Getter Robo Armageddon, so it's then when they've really truly lost their fucking minds.
Yep. Shogun New Z. And this is the cleanup turn. Yes, I can!
Shiv, stop being Krampus.
Someone has to. It's an important role.
Yeah, Mazinger can't dodge for shit. Mazinger also doesn't need to dodge for shit.
Eat everything with your face.
Especially once you go in and just max out the levels on its armor, and so it just doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. Other things still care about getting hit once you max out their armor. Mazinger doesn't.
Mazinger already has such high armor that once you max it, you can shrug off anything that isn't shuriken galaxies.
Yeah, to put this in perspective, in my playthrough, I have maxed out the armor on Great Mazinger and also maxed out Tetsuya's ranks in Guard. I don't think I've ever seen a hit do more than about 130 damage to him.
Big wolf.
And he has slightly less HP than the fucking Arcadia. He can and will just tank hits all fucking day. I must go. We can't let you have fun units this early. Shiro, we can't let them have two Mazingers to start the game with.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Yes, president of VTX Union, Daima Goldwyn, who apparently has enough influence to just be like, hey, can you assign the great war hero Tetsuya to our division?
Yep.
Like, yeah, he wasn't doing anything else.
Once that alarm goes off, if someone wants to just take it out to cool on the top of the stove,
Yeah.
be about 20 minutes.
Councilman Pressbud. I'm going to tell him I like you.
I don't know if Councilman President ever actually shows up.
Doesn't have an avatar. I hate him already.
I mean, literally, your face is black. You haven't put your
Also, surprise! She has blue hair. I'm sure this probably means something.
Blue hair and purple eyes.
Male protagonist doesn't even comment on it, by the way. So go to DLC
DLC.
and bonus scenario,
Bonus scenario.
and then all the way to the end.
Ah, okay.
Just get those.
Fourth wall! Don't look at the camera, you hack!
Yeah, so this is, again, early purchase bonus stuff. It's a couple power parts, a bunch of money, and a bunch of TACP.
Oh.
And this one is a power part and a bunch of skill programs. And some more money in TACP.
Yeah. Okay.
We also have side plans now.
Dude.
You may want to go to those before you do skill learning.
Did I hit buy or did I hit next scenario?
You hit buy, which
Starts
oftentimes,
discussing.
yes.
Okay.
Anytime there's a new thing going on in here, it
Oh,
has a little cutscene to go with it to explain what's going on. That's right, can't take screenshots of these incredibly in-depth animated cutscenes.
Suave motherfucker. I don't think his face ever changes. Except for...
It's not true, he occasionally yells.
Yeah. Change her hair back, put in her gray contacts.
Yep.
Male protagonist, for reference, at this point comments on it and basically just says, look, I get it, you wear a wig so you don't embarrass your father because of the fact that you dyed your hair. Whatever. I understand it's not appropriate for somebody working an office job in this nation to have dyed hair. It's cool, I won't say anything. It's just like...
There's not really it's in an anime. People have weird hair colors.
Male protagonist in this game, for reference, is fucking amazing. Yeah, so TAC management, this is just, you can basically choose one of these per grade. Each of these is just extra slots on the actual suborder trainings.
Okay.
We already have like 5 slots on each of them, so it's not really worth it for now.
Sub-orders is...
Yeah, so you can assign pilots to these. Training, you get 20 TACP per pilot assigned. Patrol just gives them essentially two free kills. Simulators 500 XP, and then fundraising is you get 5,000 funds per pilot assigned.
Okay.
And then sometimes there will be special orders, which are a single-use thing that will do something special. You'll be told when you have those accessible.
EXC?
So EXC is a special kind of resource that can be used to do special things. Like when you're in combat, basically, there's a special menu you can access, which is EXC commands. And essentially, they allow you to do things like, say, if you activate this one, if your next attack kills an enemy, you essentially get a free turn after that.
Okay.
Or stuff like your next attack ignores defense or stuff like that. But it's something that has to be built up over the course of the fight. So,
Yeah, so for example, Tyranado's got 1520, or I believe has a base of 1500 armor.
yeah, it was like 1500.
Great Mazinger starts with 2100.
And if
And
you max it
then-
out, it's 2700 and just doesn't give a shit. It is not even the most invincible thing early game, though. That is, once you actually get Spike and the Swordfish too, if you max out its mobility, nothing hits it.
Everything.
Which is kind of a standard thing in these games. A lot of times they'll have sort of Starfighter kind of things. It's usually like the Macross Valkyries. When they're in Starfighter mode, they just have massive evade. The single most unhittable thing in the entirety of the Super Robot Wars series across all of it is putting Char Aznable in a VF-1 Valkyrie.
Yep. Followed closely by Roy Fokker in the Hyakushiki.
Like, quite literally, Char Aznable in a VF-1 Valkyrie. So there's a spirit thing in this game, which just, it says 100% accuracy. All it actually does is add 100 to your 100 to your accuracy skill for its usage. You can still miss Char in a VF-1 Valkyrie if that happens. The Hyakushiki is not actually as mobile as VF-1 Valkyrie. The base mobility for the Hyakushiki is actually like 5 or 10 less than the VF-1. Specifically Fokker's VF-1. So I think it's a VF-1J, I want to say. Apologies if there's going to be some background noise. Stuff is cooking and the house is starting to fill up with smoke, so I'm going to open the door.
Smoke. Hey. You smoking yet?
Working on it.
Yeah, it's actually kind of entertaining in, what is that, Alpha Gaiden, I think, where it's Fokker and Char. The actual most effective thing to do is once you actually get the ability to do so, you change pilots and you just swap Fokker and Char. Sorry, Quattro. So that Fokker is piloting the Hyakushiki and Char is piloting the VF-1J. And both of them are effectively unhittable. It's quite entertaining. Yeah, I don't think it actually maintains auto between.
It actually does, but when I hit X, it undoes the auto. And I keep doing that.
Fancy, huh? Not yet.
I see how they're shitting their pants fan to fight Mazinger.
I mean,
I mean,
they
granted,
do
in this
regularly
universe,
in this universe.
Yeah,
Like,
in this universe, Xeon is also kind of in the same orbit as Dr. Hell, and
like that's literally why the main character was asking him about it. That's
Yeah.
what his current military assignments are, is dealing with Neo Zeon attacks. Since, strictly speaking, I think Neo Zeon is the only currently active war at this time.
man.
It's not a raise.
It's a challenge from Section 1. If it's dual monsters again, tell them no.
It's not.
Yep. So this is the
Dice
special
boxes.
scenario that we got again for
Yep.
early order, pre-order bonus stuff.
It's your boy again, Best.
Yeah, this week opposite MC with the Guspens.
Yeah.
It's your boy Kick to the Pace.
For reference,
Not that bad. They pay overtime.
this conversation with the male protagonist is pretty much the same, except that the male protagonist is specifically talking about, like, this mission, don't worry, we'll be getting overtime for this. Oh, and if we go past 10 p.m., we'll also get night pay. Ah, I see they shift the wig conversation with her just to here.
Yeah. They're the snooty kids from Alpha Division.
Did they pay Sagiri entirely in bonuses? Does she not have a standard paycheck?
I don't think she knows what bonuses are. Yeah, okay, here we go. So it's the male
Yeah,
protagonist.
no, it's
Yeah.
going. It's always going to be the alternate protagonist.
Business, 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 business. Is this working? Yes.
Beast in the neck.
Yes. His nickname is the Beast in the Necktie.
Double secret probation. Okay, technically speaking, there's one of those in every universe. You're the first here to develop the Gep Nest, or bleh, roundhouse kick.
It's not actually made entirely clear that the Gespenst is or is not an actual test robot in this one. I think it may be a pre-existing robot that they
Yeah.
already use.
Yes.
Fight. Geese.
Don't worry, there's nothing between them. my mech doesn't look like a jet fighter crashed into an arms slave and you just rolled with it.
Burglars.
Using mechs!
Well, of course, no one locks their mechs.
Who'd have heard of such a thing?
Rampant lawlessness boggles the mind.
Makes me angry.
Can't just say what you feel. That makes me angry.
Well, we will report to the Federation when we pull up with a big pile of scrap that used to be the terrorists. You guys have to pick the bodies out. It's not part of our
These
contract.
aren't terrorists, these are bandits.
And tomorrow, we're gonna wake up, eat a bagel, and then fight again.
Terrorist. Shoot everyone.
Yeah, so you can see underneath the Terranauta right now it says EXC2,
E2, yeah.
which means that the EX action command can use anything that costs 2 or less, essentially.
So as a brief introduction, here's the closest thing to a mascot the Super Robot Wars series has.
Yeah.
Original design and roundhouse kicking weapon extraordinaire.
Could you pass me the controller real quick?
Although I don't know if Salaryman's hot-blooded enough to actually do roundhouse kicks. Nope, he's a split missile splash sword neutral.
Yep.
We do not yet have the Geshpent kick.
I don't know that the Sprint gets that in this game, actually.
That's not a Geshpent thing.
I mean,
That's a gym in a dress.
It quite literally has it in, like, 3 games. It is very much based on who's piloting it.
He does have 3 beam sabers, which only uses 1.
Alright. Just go. Okay. The EX thing is new for me. None of the ones I played had that.
Yeah, I think they added that in X, I want to say.
Alright. We'll be introduced to our enemies by Mercury. A scoundrel. Look at that beard. You know he's a fucking scoundrel.
And a Zektar.
We're company employees with a giant robot. Get on board, woman.
That is actually pretty much male protagonist's response to that. It's like, we're just company employees. Yes, and our company duty is to fight in a giant robot.
Yep.
Oh, his has flames on it.
Speak flames.
Ah, it's so close to just being a BattleTech mech. It's like somebody cut the front off a bushwhacker.
Sorry, smoke. Yeah, alright. Got the fan running in the back. It's hard to.
The gods of sea.
It's for last week, so it's especially messy.
Fuck you! Oh. Kaboom! So the nice thing about this series in general is that damage numbers are basically damage numbers, barring extreme cases like Great Mazinger's disgusting pile of defense points. So when you see a move that does like 4,800 damage, or 4,900 damage, and the enemy has 4,800 health, barring something else happening, you're pretty much guaranteed that it's going to pull its weight and murder that thing.
Plus, there are tons of spirit moves that do simple things like guarantee a critical or
Yeah.
10% extra damage on this attack, stuff like that.
This
You
is
can
a
always kind of push a little bit past.
This is a completely different scoundrel. Indeed. I love he gives the manager answer there. Your aim wasn't bad, but...
Yep.
Enemy phase.
No, he has a great one. As a protagonist, when you're in the Tyranado and you dodge an attack,
Uh-huh.
the rookie will shout, "Incoming attack!" And they'll go, "We already dodged it."
Just a crit machine.
Split missiles.
Hit one. Do my best to show off all the attacks and still keep our speed through a level to a minimum.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, in general, we're probably going to keep demo off most of the time.
Yeah.
We'll try to show each attack at least once, and probably turn demo on for particularly important or dramatic moments. But
Yeah.
for the most part, we're just going to see that little demo, that little example screen.
Yeah, I'll show off each new enemy a couple times, and bosses will get shown off for their attacks. But regular grunt units, no, we're just going to carve through them. Goodbye, Neo Zeon soldier. You and your mustache. interesting that they've got a bunch of custom pictures for the grunts that they're throwing at us.
Yeah, each enemy grunt type team seems to have like 2 different portraits, as far as I can tell.
I'm showing off.
Which again is actually not a very common thing for the series. Usually, it's just very like generic pictures, usually with like shadows across the eyes to designate like this is an unimportant NPC.
Yeah. Or they really make use of just the circuit board background for a bunch of AI soldiers.
They still do a bunch of AI stuff, but like one of the major things, major grunt type units that shows up a lot are drones. They just look like little bugs.
Yeah.
And they're all AI pilots, so it still does that a lot, but
And now you die. And you die. We'll actually show that off, just so I don't have to show it off later.
So one thing you may have noticed on that one, it doesn't really matter here because the Patella doesn't actually have a barrier, but this attack, the Neutron Beam, actually has Barrier Buster, which basically means that if they do have some sort of barrier, it doesn't actually apply to this attack. And barriers typically will significantly reduce damage, so Barrier Buster attacks are quite useful. Notably, however, there is also, I think it's either a 2 or 3 cost EX action, which basically just means your next attack ignores barriers. Did not see this direction of the conversation in my playthrough, because in mine I shot down more with the Tyrannado than they spent. Particularly because in my playthrough I'm trying to rush Ace for my protagonist.
Yeah. I was not at all thinking about that, because I didn't think they were actually going to count that.
It doesn't make a difference one way or another, it just changes.
That's also probably an SR condition for that map, too, huh?
I don't know if that.
I don't know if that one has an SR condition,
Other
that's a
maps
special
will
scenario.
absolutely have SR conditions based on
Yeah,
that.
this is a bonus mission, so...
Yeah. Bonus missions usually don't have SRs. For those of you who may not be familiar with what we're talking about there, a general thing that happens in these games is there are SR points that you can earn for doing special things in scenarios, and usually certain events will only trigger if you have a certain number of SR points at certain points, and it also sort of determines the actual difficulty of the game. The more SR points you have, the more difficult the game becomes.
Yeah. We're going to Mars.
Get your ass to Mars.
Fortunately, we don't have to do what we got on Mars. That's an entirely separate thing.
Check your feet. Fender teeth.
Yes, there is no SR point for that one. However, we did actually already miss an SR point from the first scenario.
From the one where, from the actual.
From when Tetsuya
number
showed
one?
up, yeah.
Oh. Which one did we miss?
There was an SR point there for using all of Tyranno's weapons before the end of the
Oh, no,
stage.
we got that.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah.
That's why we have one SR point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they specifically said.
I missed when that popped up.
We've used all the weapons.
So I've got a list now so that we can make sure not to miss any more. Sometimes there are also TACP bonuses you can get, so I'll mention those as well.
Immediately recruiting our people.
And based on what I'm seeing here, it does not look like there is... So there's technically a quote-unquote split with the actual different protagonists, but it's not like an SR Super Robot Real Robot split kind of thing. It's just certain missions are slightly different for them.
Okay.
However, there are split points, but it's a choice split. It's
Okay,
not
so
actually.
it's your standard choose to go with one team or the other. Or
Yeah.
that determines which robots you get. Got it. Arrival.
And it looks like this one has 54 scenarios.
Okay, that's a respectable number for.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. It's about normal length. So we may want to pick one of the grade 1s just to be able to get the grade 2s out of the attack management.
Get silly weapons faster. And don't forget.
You did sub-orders already?
No, I have not.
Yeah. Should always make sure to do sub-orders between each mission. There's really no reason not to. Clearly need to put the Chop armor on it.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm just. We're gonna. Chop on there.
Or actually, go back to the Mazinger real quick. I think Defender T is actually better than Chop.
Yes.
Both.
Yeah, we could put both.
Super tanky.
Pretty sure that's what I've got on mine, actually, is the Defender T and Chop armor on the thing. And also a bunch of upgrades into it, so I think it has more than 10,000 HP and shit. It's gross, is what I'm getting at.
Alright, and next one.
Terminal call.
Welcome.
I'm through us.
Yes. Welcome.
Well,
Come.
come. Boson.
A bosun.
Yes, which are more convenient than hyperspace gates.
Hisaku plan.
Choose and choose. Hyperspace gates, but not hyperspace gates.
Thrilling Martian adventure.
Knights of Mars! Beer of ass.
Please don't be our tour conductor.
Planet of upheaval.
It's time to enact Martian law.
We have 20% boost to our travel allowance from going to Mars. Gog.
Squawk McGuawk.
Oh no, we've walked into Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. Don't run, you'll only die tired. TTP 30 seconds. Time to pickpocket. Welcome to Mars. It's hilarious conga line of actually. And that's a bitch. Cowboys. Imagine actually getting brought in by one of these guys. Ruined my rep. Blurg. Yes, fighting outside of mechs, not that impressive. I'll take your word for it.
Calm down, girls.
Ladies, he's less hot fire and more Chernobyl meltdown. Swindler.
Oh, Swindler has a.
Yes, the library John Swindler just explained. This is taking place sort of mid-series, so that's the casino incident
Okay, so it tells you
where they first meet Faye.
Yeah.
This is all technically taking place before Faye actually joined the crew of the Bebop.
Yeah.
because they're bad at their job.
I mean, they're not, though. That's the constant joke of Cowboy Bebop. They're not actually bad at what they do. They just run into the most insane circumstances that always fucks up their bounties.
Yep.
Like, they're actually quite talented as bounty hunters. Things just never go well for them.
That remains to be seen.
Making a run for it. I am Enigma, and we're not going to answer any questions about who I am.
How to lose.
We're 4 missions in on scenario 2.
Yep.
Well, it's because we had scenario 0 and the
Yeah.
special scenario.
The middle of my backswing! know what the SR condition for this one is?
Yes. The reason it doesn't show up yet is because the character is based on isn't here yet.
Okay, cool.
There is, however, a attack P bonus for having Spike defeat 3 enemies.
Okay.
So we will want to make sure he gets some kills.
It's a small fries.
Yeah, the yellow things are all the drones I was talking about earlier. Those are all AI.
There actually has been a semi-long history of having ships like this in Super Robot Wars. They've just always been kind of ancillary units. So it's interesting that in this game, one of your main units is a ship. Last time I did that, I think, was with actual Macross. And Macross actually had it transform into a robot most of the time. So.
Yeah.
Gotta catch 'em all. Hunger pains. Donuts are mine!
Disco class.
Our dogged rivals! This is exactly the time for petty corporate grudges.
Always a time for petty corporate grudges. Well, at least Mural's equal opportunity.
Yep.
I call dibs! Remember the great leader, Julius Caesar, went into the middle of the Roman Senate and called dibs. How'd that work out for him? He was stabbed to death by 30 of his closest friends.
Personally, I want the bounties too.
Miracle.
There you go.
Defeats an enemy unit with support attack. Support attack?
She's a ship.
Oh, right.
I mean, she can attack directly, but support attack is meaning like another unit attacks and she
She's
follows up.
Right. I
And
forget how to set
specifically,
that up in
that
this
support
game.
attack has to hit. Or has to
It's
be
just
close
positioning.
Ah, okay.
Yep. So there's the Nadeshko B.
Map attack, okay. Okay.
So presumably the person doing the initial attack will have to be in that command area that the ship has.
I think it has to be next to it.
Yeah, the command area is just for the actual. If you go to the ship, so ships have a special thing called EX orders. Not on here, on the actual menu there. EX orders, which are a special thing that's only for ships, and that's the range on them.
Well, no, because they have other things like emergency retrievals range 8.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of Super Robot Wars series where just being in that command radius gives you a bonus to, like, shot and evade.
Yes, but also in the others, like, for instance, in like G-Gen, that
G-Gen and Super Robot Wars are entirely different series. They work
they use the
very
same
different.
system though.
Not really.
Very much so.
I mean, in the sense that like all strategy RPGs use kind of the same system.
No, I mean
but
they use basically the exact same combat system.
quite literally, it will say support if the thing is able to give a support attack. It has nothing to do with that range.
Yeah, like the only support we're getting from the Nadeshko over here is from Spike.
Well, no, that just means that Spike is in position to do a support attack on things. Doesn't necessarily. That's not specifically. It's not unit specific like that.
Let's see.
There is technically a like help thing in this, I think, if you touch the control pad or the center pad, which may tell us how to set up support attacks specifically, but I haven't messed with it too much because I don't actually care about SR points in my run through. As far as I can tell, there's nothing in this game actually locked behind SR points specifically. It's just a difficulty modifier.
There we go. Once a secondary attack by an additional unit after an ally unit attacks the emergency force.
Yeah, primary and supporting unit are adjacent.
Yeah.
Support attack.
So yeah, support is purely adjacent.
Yeah. for right next to Chucky Truck.
Yep.
Yeah, so like I've noted on that, the Ace of Olives actually do have barriers, but that attack has Barrier Buster, so it didn't do anything.
Yep. Fear in the room's face. Oh. Right.
His bear. It didn't matter.
Nope. Not to Great Mazinger.
Yeah.
Alright, there's just 3 shakedowns. It's an AI you're talking to. For our business, it does.
You suck.
Right. There, it does not matter.
Only has a 9% chance to hit. .360 no scope.
360, no hope.
Some of what I can't help but show off.
Yeah. That feeling coming. Bye.
why you were baiting? They only had a 9% chance to hit to begin with?
Don't, because if that 9% actually goes off, we'll probably go lose some.
He was not finished. Oh, the weird bounty hunter needs to have a problem doing it. He was a part of the game.
Weak. Which is why I'm not using the neutron beam. Does it have to survive the first attack to trigger a
Yes.
support attack?
Yes.
No, but you only actually get the.
Yeah, if you actually check the requirement, it specifically says.
Yeah, support attacks will generally still go off even if the main target dies. From the
Yeah, it
attack.
doesn't in this one,
Oh, it
actually.
doesn't in this one? Okay.
No.
But you actually have to. The support attack itself has to kill for the SR point.
Yeah, so you want to move the Nadeshko up first and go after
It
that
can't
one in the
support
back.
if it moves.
Hmm?
It can't support if it moves until next turn.
Well, it can't really support where it's from either, where it's at either, anyways.
What's the range on its weapon?
Well, it's less what's the range on its weapons and more. In order to support, it needs to be adjacent to the thing.
It
The
is adjacent to it.
Aestavalis, the only things it can attack from there, will die from the first attack.
Yeah, that's my problem, is most of the things here.
Hence, the Nadeshko needs to move up. Like, that Aestavalis can attack those two guys in front who will both die from a single attack. Even the weakest attack the Aestavalis has.
How much? Oh, the heck, the first attack this falls did only did like 900.
He's got 1442, he's got 2017. Right, this isn't taking into account barrier
No,
strength.
it's not.
So,
Alright, their rifle doesn't actually do barrier
Nope.
buster.
yeah. So, let's try this then. Support on the support. Just go B.
Nope.
Oh, so why the go one?
Yes, the other thing you need to remember is the Nadesco also is weak as shit.
Yeah.
The missiles don't actually do any fucking damage.
Well, that and them during the barrier, so these are rough for them as well.
Actual spirits. I'm sure some cool sort of. Oh, you guys just don't have healing.
Nope.
I thought one of them had a heal through that one. Oh no, the Nadesco.
Rory might
Damage decrease should
check
keep them
the
alive.
Nadesco again.
Yeah.
Check Harry. No, he doesn't.
I could have sworn something said 3,000.
Nope.
Hear me on something.
I mean, there's an EX order maybe that does it, but no.
Yeah.
I think the Nadesco has 2 attack or 2 supports. You could technically move that one over next to it. But you want to fire at the other guy who's not at 200 health if you want to try and get the support attack off.
Hey, there we go.
There we go.
That's our point.
There we go. Is that anything like being the Savage Nymph?
So that does that action. Fuck you!
準備が整い次第攻撃を開始します総体より再出
Gravity beam!
敵陣中央にグラビティブラストを撃ちますスタンバイ OK ですよ艦長バーリー君今
Oh my god, your eyes are so big.
I've never seen a ship that's captained by an owl before.
He's just like, I got this. I don't have this.
My barrier didn't help at all. Propellant tank. Okay. Alright. And the rest is just cleanup now.
Yeah.
Should have noted the Nadesco B in this playthrough, because of our custom BGM, is using the actual great opening from the Nadesco TV series and not the incredibly boring orchestral song from Prince of Darkness.
You suck. You fired a rocket at me from 10 feet away and missed.
先輩ランチャーを出しますいいセンスのレフ直撃もらった
Nobody dodges attacks but me!
And you only have like a 50-some chance to hit, so.
Yep.
think they're doing so bad because they're insisting on using anti-ship missiles to shoot down mobile suits.
Yeah, there's the
Okay.
3,000 to an hour.
I knew you had a heal there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not on the Nadeshiko.
Yeah.
No, again, that's what I pointed out, is that she has 3,000 heal.
Yeah.
Therefore, she is actually a useful sub-pilot.
You did.
Yeah.
You also did.
That man's got Riker hair. The law. Now to fly back inside of the Heartless Castle.
We'll never cross paths again. There's something terribly wrong. This isn't accurate to most space battle conversations I've seen. No one is standing outside their ship in space.
That's only Gundam. None of these are Gundam characters.
Not yet.
Particularly, that's only UC Gundam.
I mean, mine, his.
Besides,
Space.
besides our black mechs,
No, not today. Check back next scenario when we're actually on Mars.
Get your ass to Mars.
Carryax. Oddly enough, if you go to Mars fairly early on this would have been actually a decent series to add IBO to. But
Yeah. This particular game is actually fairly minimally Gundam compared to most SRWs.
Yeah.
Like, there are only 2 Gundam series included outside the usuals. Which is considerably less than they usually have.
entire slider in her mouth. White Castle burger. Lucifer!
I'm going to reason for me to fight, I swear.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but
Well, you know. Diamond gold.
Lots of score. Yes. Okay, use your specials when you got them. Got it.
I would recommend saving this one actually, just because of the secret requirements for a later scenario.
Okay. It's amazing he's not dead. And then the Emperor was born. There was the whole, 41st millennium thing. We stopped learning what calendars were.
Well, they have a calendar.
Yeah, we had to reinvent it. Excellent. Do these stick around, or the recommendeds, or do they only appear? Randomly?
I'm not sure actually. I think they change after each scenario. I'm not 100% certain on that though.
Well, regardless, scary.
They pull from a very small pool though, so it's not like if you're you're not going to not see magnetic coating again. Like, they come up all the time.
The Proud Ace is only 200.
Yes.
I think it was 400 for some
No,
reason.
Proud Ace is really cheap.
You technically not actually need Proud Ace on everyone.
No, people can still become aces otherwise, but it takes more kills before they do so.
Basically, it's a handy thing to throw on pilots that you get early on because it means you're going to get their ace bonuses really quickly. But, like, the point I'm at, for instance, where I'm at and where I now have, like, probably about 8 or 10 pilots, I only have Proud Ace on the first, like, 3 or 4 I got. It's basically my main character, like Tetsuya, the Sagiri, and I think I put it on Domon as well, just because Domon's going to get a lot of kills because Erupting Burning Finger is powerful as shit. Part of the reason it's really good to get it on Tetsuya is Tetsuya doesn't actually get a whole lot of kills because it's not what Great Mazinger is designed for. It is very much a tank, but doesn't really do a whole lot of damage.
Mars. We've already screwed up the moon so bad, now we gotta go screw up Mars. Oh, sad cowboy.
Don't.
The Shanghai Nights sequel is not what I'm expecting. Man has some powerful ellipses.
The entire Shuffle Alliance are in this game as pilots and pilots you get. Hunter Green.
Yeah. This is the first time in a long ass while you get any other members of the Shuffle Alliance, let alone.
Yeah, like quite literally, you get Domon Saisaishi, Argo Golski, George Desand, and Alan B. Beardsley.
Yep.
And technically he's hidden, but you get Master as well.
Yes, Master Asia is a hidden character as well, but
Wild bunch. Ugh.
Let's go.
if you meet the requirements to get him, you get Master Asia.
Yep.
Rain is also in this, but I'm pretty sure she's not actually a pilot. She's, I don't even know if she's actually a supporter, or if she's just like an NPC character that's in some of the stuff.
Van the Unemployed.
Okay, yeah, Rain is a supporter, but not actually a pilot. And it'll become clear in a little bit, but storyline-wise, this all takes place after the events of G Gundam, so the 13th Gundam fight is already over. Domon is already the winner of the 13th Gundam fight, and is therefore Gundam the Gundam. The fight against the Devil Gundam already took place, as was mentioned in the timeline.
Yep.
And several people give Domon shit about his bold and loud declaration of love on the battlefield.
Love balloons.
It's one of Van's defining character traits. He puts tons of condiments on everything he eats. So he did, in fact, put pepper, mayonnaise, Worcestershire sauce. Like in the anime, I think it was like ketchup, salt, salad dressing. Yes. Van, the character from Gunsword, just puts tons of condiments on everything he eats. In this particular instance, he had a steak, and he put mayonnaise, black pepper, Worcester sauce, and salad dressing on it as he was eating it.
Delicious.
Oh, and he drinks milk.
Just like Cobra.
He's dead.
Thanks for the meal.
Okay.
What's that?
So it looks like most scenarios in this have some sort of secret bonus.
Yeah.
I was checking to make sure that I knew what the one for this upcoming fight was. It's kind of obvious, and a thing I did on my own anyways, because it seemed the right thing to do.
Tuxedo flutters on Mars. The dead bodies went face down, their tuxedos flapping in the breeze. There's no atmosphere here, dumbass.
Lucky.
That man's got balls for shit.
Balls.
Oh, they live on Mars. A bunch of bikers. How imaginative can they be?
Technically a bunch of scoundrels.
Man, Duck Dynasty got weird in its later seasons.
I like how they shadow his face, as if we don't know who
There's
that is.
no one in this series who they shadow the face of so far. Like, I've seen where you are in the storyline. There's no one they shadow in this series. You can't immediately go, I know exactly who that person is.
Well, in this case, it's even dumber, though, because someone has already appeared.
Yep.
At least with the one you're referring to that you saw. Like, that was the first time he actually showed up.
Yeah, you can give him shit all you want, but when his love literally summons a fireball to murder your ass. Fireball, out of which comes a giant man bespoken playing card motif. Goddamn motherfucking King of Hearts.
Trolling out for a walk.
And take your head and crush it in my hands like a papaya. Snap my fingers, summon the core fighter, plug it into my Gundam, murder all of you. See, this is the first part of it. Hey, now you're getting into the swing of things. I recognize you! Gundam fight! Oh shit, he owns a Gundam!
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the plan was. I know that guy! He's the guy who won the last Gundam fight! If I beat you, we'll be famous! Boss, what if he gets in his Gundam? Oh.
Just fighting in a cozy...
Have you ever seen how the Gundam fights go?
Apparently he hasn't. So, what's the challenge on this one? Is it crushing that man with Gundam?
No, you'll
Shit down Bucky's
figure
throat.
it out very quickly.
Whoa. Shit, I used to think of my own. Oh, that too. These are very tight suits. Any allied pilot defeats at least 4 enemy units during a single enemy phase?
No, just during. I don't think it has to be during a single enemy phase. I don't know. The wording's kind of ambiguous.
If you want to go for single, just delay one turn, let him move up, and then just run Doman in there and let him have fun.
You're not going to have Domon available for that much longer.
Ah. So 6,300, a couple of 4,800s. Okay.
Oh, give me a second. I need to fix music.
Right.
I'll grab soda.
You guys want?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
It's whatever you want.
Sorry. Okay, there you go. Okay.
We've set right what once went wrong.
Yeah, no. G Gundam soundtrack is fucking incredible.
Let's get mobility down.
Oh, he has a question mark skill.
Yes.
Standing by.
Nani?
Domon, fight me!
God, you're right. Steven Universe totally grows up to be Jiminy Crockett.
Domon, fight me. Seriously, dude? Right now? Kinda in the middle of something. I don't give a fuck. Wanna punch?
Gundam fight.
Well, there's not a Gundam fight going on right now. It's the problem. They're all getting fucking antsy because there's no goddamn Gundam fight.
I can't go back to bum fights. Moved on to something darker.
Like, everyone knows who Domon is. This guy? Who the fuck is this guy? Mysterious assistant.
Most people do actually know who all the Gundam fighters are. Most of them are pretty famous, especially the Shuffle Alliance members, because they were all involved in the fight against the Devil Gundam. Yeah, also interestingly, because they kind of obviously intended this English translation for a US audience, they do actually go with the US translated names of stuff for G Gundam rather than the actual name, so that's why it is Burning Gundam and Dark Gundam, not God Gundam and Devil Gundam, and also why it's Noble Gundam rather than Nobel Gundam.
Yeah.
But enough talk. Have I you?
Gundam fight!
Ready? Go!
So your secret condition is only Domon is allowed to fight Jiminy.
Okay.
Nobody else is allowed to lay a finger on Jiminy. If you do that, you get like 20,000 extra money. Yeah, Bullseye and Flash, which is 100% accuracy, 100% evade.
Punch straight in. Yep. Too late.
Cinder block on the accelerator. Let's go. There are no brakes on this train.
Can't stop, won't stop.
I am the shiniest meat bicycle. Beam hoop! Focus and intuition. Okay.
Should you throw a loop at me?
Oh god, she threw a hula hoop at me.
Fucking bitch. Angry eye.
Oh, seen enough Japanese periodicals to know where that's going.
Use the tentacle attack.
Okay, so the mission just automatically ends when we kill Maxter?
No.
Okay, cool.
Presumably you still have to wipe it everything on board, so.
That's like the first thing, and then there's other stuff that happens.
You ladies are done kissing. I've got some ass kicking for you. I am not a gun.
Also, as you may notice, Gundam Baxter has 1,000,000 fucking HP.
Yep.
Like 6 grand.
No, it has like 11,700.
That much then.
Yeah, Baxter has a ton of HP. I don't think it actually has as much
When you get
HP
him
when
as
you
you
get
know.
him. I think it's just literally just so Doma doesn't kill it in a single hit. As you also may have noted on the little pop-up menu when that came up, we're actually already on hard mode just by virtue of having 2 SR points already.
Yep.
It's not racist, Hunter. He called him Japanese. He didn't call him a
did.
nip.
Gah!
Oh, well, there goes our Twitch channel.
Fun while it lasted. Let me get the newspaper.
It's a term of endearment from Chibity, because he's an idiot.
So that's 1 counter kill.
Yeah, the wording on it is so ambiguous. I'm not sure if it has to be a single pilot gets 4 kills in a single round, or if it's any of your pilots gets 4 kills across any number of rounds, or any combination in between.
I think it's a single pilot.
I think it's a single pilot, but I
just
don't think it
know
has.
that it has to be 1 round.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be a single round.
I mean, you could engineer it to be a single pilot in a single round.
Yeah.
You just want to, like, beat a bunch of stuff up, then have everyone take defensive actions, then, like, run everyone but 1 person away,
Yeah.
and leave 1 person there to finish off everything.
Yeah, it is totally possible to engineer, but again, it's also... So there's no actual... I've looked ahead. There is no actual secret scenarios, anything like that, locked behind SR points specifically. The SR points are only for difficulty adjustment, and also you get the small bonuses with each one, so usually funds or attack P, one or the other. So if we miss an SR point here or there, it's not the end of the world.
Okay.
Every secret scenario or secret character in the game is more based on their own individual point setups. They're not based on SR.
I think that there is, way towards the end, a shift between 2 different endings that I think requires an SR point requirement. It has, like, I think it's an SR part requirement. You have to fully upgrade the, like, all 6 stages of the base thing. Have a certain number of aces to get the if scenario.
I'm not seeing it on here, but
May not have that. Do they have the requirements for the if scenario in there?
I'm not even sure what you're talking about as far as if scenario.
Basically, it's like level round 50 or 51. There's basically a split where you can go down a different ending scenario.
Yes, there's fight one enemy at a time or travel down a difficult path. So it does have the requirements listed here. It doesn't say anything about SR point requirements for that. It is only ace count, grade, and enemy points.
Okay.
Yeah, the enemy points are solely based on facing off against the rival character. Yeah, SR points are not a requirement for it.
Now it's time.
You kill that boy.
Hand of mine is burning red. Its loud roar tells me to grasp victory. Erupting, burning finger.
Damn it! Oh, you piece of garbage!
Oh, that was perfect.
Domo, maybe you shouldn't telegraph your attacks so much.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, goddamn.
Article 6 of the Gunfight Regulations always telegraph your attacks.
It's attacked Domo who was trying to have his gun fight.
Someone tried to attack Domo while he was having his Gundam fight. This did not end well. Also, the Geshpent is doing a remarkable job in softening up all of these targets for,
Go to Spirit Command. Okay, healing has persist.
yeah, I checked beforehand. Like, hoping he had some kind of boost to his accuracy. Sure, Domo.
he dodges again.
I mean, it does only have like a 70-ish% chance of.
It's the spirit of the thing.
Do you have an accuracy boost?
No, not on Belmont.
On demo. We've covered this. God damn it! You piece of garbage.
Just a heads up, at a certain point he will just leave.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't really have any effective attacks that have any higher accuracy than Erupting Burning Finger,
Yeah,
anyways.
that's true.
Yeah.
May as well keep going with it because it's the only thing you got that'll
What
kill
are
him on
Domin's
that single hit.
stats?
Huh?
He just
he,
has the
he
one
has
that reduces
persist.
damage.
He has 87.5%
okay.
damage resist. That's it.
Yeah. Believe me, if I had something to make him more accurate, I'd have been using it.
Oh, throw it again. then.
Keep going with Erupting Burning Finger. It is the only thing we have that will take him down on a hit. Gotta hit sometime, Delmon.
Am I going resident? Alright. Nothing burning.
There we go.
Thank you!
Third time's a charm.
There we go. I have made a mistake.
Aw. Didn't get as good a defeat line as I got when I was playing.
Yeah,
Either.
it was just straight up.
When I got it, it was just, oh my god!
There we go. Looks like you win this one, Domo.
And yeah, Hunter, Chimney is a good troll in that regard, but also part of it is honestly Burning Gundam and Domon have shit accuracy.
I'm eventually.
One of the reasons I like Van. He has the correct response to the young girl being like, I can be your wife. Ugh.
This is a weapons grade awkward conversation.
Pretty much.
Stop hooking into this.
Also 100% accurate to the anime.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Well, it is in South Africa. No, Dante's the crybaby from hell. Seriously, have you been saying awesome things like that this entire time?
I was using a gun, now I'm using force.
Gun horse.
Force, not horse. Oh, good. Bam! Oh, okay, I take that back. They're at impact! Get the buckets!
Armor.
Thank you!
They have a complicated history. We're not going to get into it.
It's a rider war! Rider war! Run around the block screaming. Yeah, besides, I've got a complicated thing to set up over here. Everyone move away!
We have to make sure they're all low enough that you can auto-kill them with
Yeah,
the,
exactly.
turret attacks. Then everyone needs to move away.
Yeah, it's any out of these four enemies during an enemy phase, so it's gotta be during the same.
Maybe.
Maybe.
The other thing is you are going to want to actually start getting kills with Van. He is going to need at least 20 by the end of scenario, like 10 or 11.
Yeah, but he can go take care of all those guys
Yeah.
at the very least here.
Yeah.
We can also train him for kills if we need to.
Yes, but that literally only does 2 at a time.
Yeah, but in addition to stuff he gets through the visions. So.
Yeah. It's just you use that as a supplemental. You still do want to try and get him kills in combats.
We're looking at health-wise.
So most of these are actually down to the point where Tyrannato can kill them. This guy's the only one who can't. So basically I'm going to back all these guys up.
Yeah, it should be fine.
And I'm going to use Tyrannato's turn to
Weaken
weaken
that
that
guy.
one guy. And then, because we didn't move, we should still be able to use the plasma gun. Which is enough to kill
Everything there.
everything there.
Positive chance to hit. He has a 0% chance to hit.
Yes.
Yeah, the Tyrannato is actually a pretty high mobility unit. It's not like massively high mobility, but it's like 135 base or something like that, which is still pretty fucking solid.
Alright, roll the bones on this. Come on, you assholes. That was kind of expected, actually.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. You really don't need to. It says shoot down. It will kill them.
Yeah. damage. Okay, I'm using the magnet beam launcher. Split blade. I don't want to leave things to chance.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have to be in the same.
No, it does not have to be in the same phase.
Yeah. It has to be a single pilot.
It has to be a single pilot, but does not have to be the same phase.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It is just during the enemy phase across the whole battle, basically.
Well, it's also good she's getting kills. So.
Yeah.
She is main character. MC.
Now, murder the rest of them.
Like animals.
Yeah, for reference, the protagonist's ace ability is 10% damage dealt and movement +1 when morale is 130 or higher.
Nice.
So it is actually quite a good one to get.
Main character's thing is just always the same for ace ability.
For no matter which protagonist you're using, it's the same ace ability. Other notable ones, Tetsuya, Valor turns into Soul, the spirit command.
Oh. Is that the one that gives max...
Max morale.
Max morale?
Uh-huh.
Just looking at things like a Ginzu knife, decide to walk around and be a badass.
Literally every single one of the G Gundam pilots has a base morale +10 when sortied as their ace ability, plus something additional for each one.
Oh, that is another thing in Mazinger's favor that I completely forget about every time I play one of these games. Units are actually different size.
Yes.
Mazinger's actually a physically bigger unit than the others, so other units that are smaller than it get a damage penalty when
Yeah,
attacked.
deal less damage unless their attack or their pilot has the ability to ignore size. And even then, it is actually ignore size is a ranked thing.
Okay, use that. Then we won't have enough morale.
Yeah, it is one size category per rank of ignore size. Mind you, most mecha are medium size, so. And as far as I'm aware, I believe this one only does small, medium, large. Some other games do even broader categories. But I'm pretty sure this one is just SML.
Yeah, I don't think anything in this game short of the battleships actually reaches any larger enough class to count, so they just did short, medium, large.
Yeah. Okay. So in this one, Great Ace is not actually an increase of the normal Ace abilities. It is just a flat Great Ace gives you EXC +1, and on sortie you have 75% SP rather than 50% SP.
Nice. Nice. Thursday, sharpening machetes.
It is actually just score, so he needs a score of 20.
Okay.
So he's already at score 5. It's an interesting thing they do in this is that they throw in some pilots assuming, like, yes, they have killed dudes before, So people don't always necessarily start from score 0. It also kind of helps in that way so that pilots you get later on don't take a million years to become ace.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking about it, if you also really need points on them, you can use their training that you have to get 5.
That's why I told him to hold off on it,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
Although, that one might be even more important to hold off for another unlock. So the second secret scenario requires Akito and Ruri to have a combined kill count of at least 80.
Ooh, boy.
Jesus.
I mean, granted, that one comes up, like, after scenario, like, where is it? Yeah, like after scenario 26, so we've got a while before that one.
Yeah.
And Akito is actually a really good unit, so...
Well, we also can't get any more special orders until we clear this one out.
There aren't any more special orders for the next few missions anyways. You will get Akito by the time... You get Akito in, like, the next mission or the mission after that. You have time. Special orders do not come up that often. I can assure you of this, in my game I did actually use the special order immediately. I have not gotten another one yet, and I'm on, like I said, scenario 7, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I just did scenario 7. So... But yes, the intricate planning necessary for these games that the game never actually tells you about.
Yep.
Of course.
That's why they want you to do New Game Plus. Okay. Michael Garrett. Ah, the man with the claw in his right hand. Oh, gee, that's a face. Remember me, Eddie, when I killed Joe Bravo. Talk just like this. The claw.
So special orders are actually unlocked on specific things.
Yes. They have specific triggers.
Yeah.
Mars business.
But at least 2 of them we're not getting anytime soon. One of them requires raising a pilot to ace status. One of them requires raising 10 pilots to ace status. There is one we could technically get decently soon, theoretically, but we can kind of trigger it at our choice. So, because there's the other one is reaching TAC management level 2 will give us another one. Also, it's not that you won't get them. Even if you meet the requirements to get them, they just won't activate until you use the one you currently have. So if we were to say go and get TAC management level 2 right now, we would reach the milestone for the new special order, We would just not be able to use that special order until we use the one we already have.
Rain isn't coming to Mars.
Well,
It's a
this-
profound statement.
Well, this is awkward.
You're his beard. Don't worry, Domon, you'll hit him a third time.
Hey, smoke weed every day.
Bug carrier. I did not literally bring the sun with me.
Yeah, if we're being real, 80 kills between Ruri and Akito will be kind of difficult, but not, like, undoable. Again, because Akito is actually a pretty strong unit. And, like, yeah, you get Akito in scenario 4, and then the Nadeshiko B in scenario 8, so you've got a decent amount of time with them, and I don't
like where this is going.
Although I suppose it is kind of a pain in the ass if you choose the route that doesn't have the Nadeshiko stuff.
Ah, that would be tough.
Yeah, because you miss out on like 3 missions that...
4, but
4 missions that don't have them in it.
and then technically you could actually... Then that's 4 until you get to the next split, at which point you could also choose not to go with the Nadeshiko.
What is the other options in those routes?
So it's split. The first split is an Earth route versus Space route. Earth route, I mean, we're going with the one that's in Nesco anyways, because the Earth route has Gal Gar involved in it. The Space route is Crossbone Zeta and Double Zeta.
Right, okay, so it's real versus super again.
Kind of. And then following that one, the next split is the security team versus the independent forces. Which again, we're probably going with the side that has Nadeshiko anyways, because again, it also has our Gal Gar boys. And has Brave Express Might Gain. The opposite side is Harlock, Crossbone, G Gundam, Gunsword. Oh my heart.
What?
That's a tough call. Because the security team side has Gal Gar and Might Gain. Mm-hmm. But the independent forces side has my Getter boys.
Yeah.
Oh, why would you do this to me, game?
Multiple playthroughs. So they get you.
Oh, I mean, in my playthrough, I don't care. I'll be fine. Akito has a lot of kills.
It's really something. You missed your erupting burning finger like 3 times.
Erupting, burning, blind grope.
That and my shit eyes. I need glasses.
Cash money.
You get that cash money. You get a sight boost.
Get him some extra hit.
Yeah. What is the sniper kit?
That sniper kit just gives critical.
Okay. And we had the VTX employee guidelines, which may actually be decent for him, because
Because he's going to be doing one-on-one fights with people a lot.
going to be one-on-one fights a lot and doesn't actually have that much HP or armor.
Noble Gundam. Anything else I can buy from over here? Just another sniper kit. Propellant tank, which I need.
Yeah. Did you do your sub orders yet?
Yes, I already
Okay.
got sub orders.
Sorry, I was looking stuff up.
Yeah, Dan's at 10 kills right now. So.
Okay. So yeah, we got quite a number of missions to get the rest. We should
Yeah.
be fine.
And we still have the special order available for whoever we're going to use
We
it on.
shouldn't need it.
No, for whoever we're
Oh, yeah,
actually
for-
going to use it on.
Akito and or Ruri. Yeah, as far as I can tell, the Scenario 2 is the only other one that has a specific kill count requirement. The rest of them do require a certain number of ace pilots and certain like TAC management levels, but that's not really hard. As opposed to having these specific characters have X number of kills. So what the hell is Akito's ace bonus anyways? Whew.
What's that?
Akito's ace bonus is 30% damage and 20% evasion during enemy phase.
Damn.
He becomes a counterpunch motherfucker. Can you increase the sight on the Burning Gundam
I
anymore?
did.
Yeah, I know, but can you? I would just max it out, honestly, as much as you can.
We're one short of being able to max it out.
Yeah, like,
There, we put glasses on it.
yeah, basically.
Okay. Knew we were saving that money for a reason. Also,
Learn skill.
points do I have?
You have enough to get a great ace. A proud ace. Yeah, like proud ace is not super necessary. It shaves 10 kills off the ace requirements, but it's still nice.
Also, I'm saving all of these.
Yeah.
For Domo. Now is the time, Domo. Become better.
What is his locked skill?
Hmm?
Question mark skill that he has there.
I believe that is the hyper mode thing. Let's see though. G Gundam. Okay, this doesn't have all the details. So,
Is there any way to look at skills?
well, it won't tell you the information on it at all. It's
Yeah.
question marks.
Is there no way to even look at like the skills that you have? Like you have.
No, I've been trying to find a way. There's no way to.
Instinct.
I mean, there is. You go into the thing where you can make skill training, and it'll tell you what they do.
Yeah, that doesn't help for things like whatever fairy and electron fairy.
Oh, those are skill. Those are skill sets. That's a different thing.
Oh, okay. Potential.
Basically, he gets better as he takes more damage.
Yeah.
Fighter spirit is higher morale. When sorted, he has max level, so he starts with 10 extra morale. Instinct is accuracy and evasion when your morale is 130 or higher. And he has almost max on that. Let me see it actually. I'm curious. There may be a way. Pilot list, Domon. Okay, it doesn't actually show his active skill thing. He does have one, but I think that might be the one that hasn't unlocked yet.
Oh no, Great Monster's medium.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Guess they decided it was medium in this one.
Well, if they're going by small, medium, and large, Mazinger is not a battleship.
Fair enough.
Though, granted, I think on size charts, he's actually the size of a barge.
Not
Yeah, but so's Gaston.
quite. Like. Like, he's only 25 meters tall. That's not actually that big.
So we have been going for like 4 hours. You want to call it here or keep going?
I think maybe one more map, then we'll call it.
Okay.
I need to go actually do some shopping real quick. Not long shopping. I just need to go pick some groceries up. You're more out than I thought today. Flight has been suspended indefinitely. One of you bounced off the ropes, and I am not happy about that.
What's the point of having the ropes? You're not going to bounce off them.
So on this one, there will be a set of enemies that spawn in called Hokushin 6. We need to make sure to defeat at least one of those with Akito for the special bonus. And the SR point is just clear the map within 4 turns.
Okay.
Go quick.
Yep. Like in most other Super Robot Wars games, you don't need to perfect SR the game to get the special SR endings. So
No.
if we miss 1 or 2, it does not matter.
Well, in this one outright, there's nothing locked behind SR
Yeah.
points, it's from anything I can see.
Meanwhile, Dan's like, no, 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 no.
Yes, yes, good.
So the full upgrade bonus for Great Mazinger is 200 extra armor and 100 extra energy. And energy regen S.
Christ.
So you fully upgrade see if they have bonuses?
Yeah, it's a thing in the series generally. If you get all stats, not including weapon, to 10, you get a full upgrade bonus. And then there's the custom bonus, which is just having all stats, not including weapon, to 5 bars, and that's the one that for Mazinger's 200 extra armor and 100 extra energy. And then at full upgrade, every suit can choose either S rank for 1 terrain type, movement +1, weapon range +1 that does not including map weapons or weapons with 1 range, energy usage of barriers and armor systems it's had, or an additional part slot. Yeah, like every suit has a different thing it gets as a custom bonus. Some of them are just silly as shit. Like the Queen Manthas. Funnels gain plus 200 damage, then the chest mega particle cannon becomes usable after moving.
Nice. This is not the greatest ellipses off I've ever seen. That was Setsuna and Hiro Yui in Z2.
Since it came up earlier, it looks like the first instance of IBO is going to be in DD,
Yeah, IBO is in DD.
which also has Devilman.
Yes.
Big shot.
Ugh. Those eyes.
Oh, these crazy motherfuckers. Just looking at the list of series that have been in other stuff. In the previous iOS and Android game, X Omega,
Yeah?
they included Crayon Shin-chan. Specifically Kantam Robo.
God damn it.
Because of course they did. That game also had Idolmaster, Cinderella Girls, and Little Witch Academia, and...
They have crossover events.
Yes, they did. Okay, in fairness, Hunter, that one is like a mobile gotcha game. It's terrible. Nobody ever played it. And, like, most of those were crossover events, so they didn't actually have to make any sense.
Nope.
Girls, you're both pretty. Combat time with a K. Mortal Kombat. Why am I here? Why did I choose to lead myself to this place? Who hired these crew? These are the most murderous, cutthroat villains and scoundrels I've ever seen. So who hired them? Your finger hired the crew? Muppet Treasure Island is a joy. Something's coming out. It's the Jovian Federation. So 4 turns, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, it'll tell you that in a second anyways. That's not the hidden one. That's the
Yeah,
actual
no, the hidden
SR
one is
point.
killing one of these.
Potion 6 with
Potion
Akito.
six, yeah. And I'm assuming Akito is the hyper angsty boy in the black mech.
Sort of.
Okay. He might have never seen anything of Nadesco.
He's not nearly as angsty as you'd think for someone who has had 90% of his body destroyed.
Handling my way. Within 4 turns. Movement. Yeah, movement +2. Oh, yeah. Something's approaching.
Domon! Fight me!
Oh yeah, I can just see Domo just bored of friend like, oh yeah. She's like, this is perfect. Let's rumble, Domo. And here it is. Here it is. All right.
Don't you know what's going on? Don't care. Want to fight?
Yeah, you're not worth a hidden bonus this time. So shoot.
In answer to your question, Hunter, yes, all those assholes are on Mars. Actually, damn it, are all you assholes on Mars?
Yeah.
Yes, they actually are.
Yes, all the assholes are on Mars.
Every member of the Shuffle Alliance is on Mars for some reason.
Yeah, Domo's actually put on his glasses now, so nah. Oh, he's already at morale required for that. Yeah, 100% hit. That's much better.
Yeah.
Anger. And hunger. Hanger. Yeah, that's a Domon line. Just screamed at the top of his lungs from a mountain.
Yep.
Yeah, the more of these chaff we kill on counter hits, the better.
Yeah. It's basically the only way to actually accomplish this.
Yeah. Because this is already the end of turn 2.
Yep.
Bugs. Oh, you have made a grave error in judgment, my friend. Unfortunately, none of them can hit back where they're from.
Yep.
Brought this on yourself, Sai.
Oh, good. We get to attack first on this one, too.
Yep.
Because that triggered.
what he gets.
There, you were never important in the original series, and you're not important now.
Also, don't aren't there rules against directly attacking the cockpit? Pretty sure both those slashes went to the cockpit.
It's not a Gundam fight.
It's true, it's not a Gundam fight. I know that they start with Gundam fight ready go.
No.
Okay. Unlike the Chibbity one.
Yeah.
No, they
Also,
did.
also it doesn't matter if you shout that regardless. It's still, there's not a Gundam fight
Yeah.
going on right now, so it doesn't matter.
I don't know, you can declare a Gundam
Well,
fight.
they did declare at the beginning.
Yeah. I see if you declare
The Gundam fight is an event, not just anytime you yell Gundam fight ready go,
Well,
it becomes a
apparently,
Gundam
according
fight.
to Sai Saishi and Chibity, it's a state of mind. It's a state of being.
Otherwise, what's the point of screaming Gundam fight ready to go? Start.
It's part of the rules of the Gundam fight.
Boson!
Yeah, exactly, Hunter. You can't start an official Gundam fight match without calling it out, but the regulations are only valid during the actual event.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then what's the point of calling out the Gundam fight go, or at the very before you start your fight here? We're not in a Gundam fight.
Tradition.
Yeah.
But the tradition to follow, they're not in a Gundam fight.
They're used to it. They're Gundam fighters.
Yeah, so remember, Sai Saishi and Chibity are desperately trying to recapture the magic of when they beat people to death on Earth. They crushed Gundams with their mighty fists.
Later on, if you're going to use Gundam fight rules and regulations as an excuse to kill a bunch of people who aren't related to the Gundam fight, then clearly you're going to follow the same rules when you're fighting other Gundam fighters.
Eh? He started it.
Big.
So it is specifically those red ones in the back. Are they?
Okay.
Are the ones you have to drop before they run off?
Well, they don't run off. It's just specifically one of those you need to defeat with Akito.
I can't get it. I'm too far away for anything else.
Just get all the damage in you can, because this SR point is clear in 4 rounds, so.
He's only 25.
Soviet sword techniques, very impressive. More impressive they could hit.
Okay. Okay. You need to murder one of these guys who don't no, don't hit either.
Yeah, no, they were out of range for Goma to counter attack.
Yeah.
And yes, Akito, our first dude with Excel.
mercy. It's huge.
Mm-hmm.
Is in fact huge.
It really kind of ruins the image of these
I
attacks.
got better.
Yeah.
It blows a hole through something and doesn't actually kill it.
Black Machine represents the deaths for sin.
You see, Tomo? First time!
There's nothing left.
Yeah, that's not a Gundam fighter. Against Saisaishi, totally not valid to hit the cockpit. Everyone else, fair game. Press turn off demo.
You can just press O.
Special ability. Cowboy.
Yep.
Neutron.
Beam.
Take out that gun. Sure, it's 100. Yeah, that's as far as you can get.
Yeah.
He is not fast.
Are you taking me further? Okay. Yeah, might as well take out this guy.
Yep.
Still got like 6,000, so I'll make sure that
Yeah.
he's softened up enough.
Yep.
Nice. It's there. Okay. Oh,
Coward.
was not one of the Hoshino 6.
Yeah, that's one of the regular guys.
It's just a Shishiki.
Lay into him because they have a ton of health.
That's the most I
Yeah,
can
it's the strongest attack. It has range.
Yeah. Still pick out itself. There you go. This is the one you want to go. 50% hit chance though, so.
Nope.
It's fine.
Yeah, I still have next turn to do it.
Yep.
Okay.
I would probably maybe move somebody up into a support position, just because I think that will still count as Akito getting the kill.
Akira doesn't have support.
No, I mean as in move somebody to a position where they will support Akito when he doesn't attack.
But I'm pretty sure the support person can't have activated that turn.
He is correct in that regard.
Yeah, if you could find the thing, get the support restrictions back up.
Support attack, yeah.
Yeah, support unit has not ended its turn.
Ah, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. Does he have anything that boosts his accuracy?
Nobody has something that can boost other people's accuracy. They can only boost their own.
Does he have any accuracy boosting?
Nope.
No.
He's got the movement accelerator and he's got the damage reducer. But nothing else. Down.
Might as well throw the attack and see if it hits. Probably the Anchor Claw, because it has the highest hit chance. The thing only has like 1,000 hit points left.
Will not take it out.
Ooh, won't take it out.
Let's see. 46.
I mean, the distortion attack is going to be your highest chance for what will take it out. The other possibility...
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, it's action.
I don't assume that enemy has anything that's increasing its defense that direct attack will get around.
I mean, it has a barrier, but the distortion attack has barrier buster anyway.
Yeah. We'll try it anyway. We've got nothing better.
Technically, if direct attack gets around barrier, then he can actually use the higher hit chance attack,
True.
because that would ignore the damage reduction that barrier is giving it to
I believe direct attack does ignore barrier.
Yeah, so Anchor Claw
yeah,
should
it
have the best
does.
chance.
You might be able to save before doing this.
Save scope, save scope, save scope.
And that doesn't look like it's just a suspend.
Yeah.
Oh, throw the attack and see what happens.
Yep. This we can do.
So there is still a chance. Doran could just straight kill the other guy. And then if that guy continues to attack into the box arena,
Yeah.
then you might be able to do it on his turn.
You might want to move Domon one further away.
Make sure Doran's further away than
Yeah.
the box arena is.
That will not kill.
And do erupting middle finger. End turn, hope for the
Yeah, I got nothing, so.
Yeah.
Dice roll. Oh, 50% chance.
But it won't kill.
I can switch to the distortion attack.
Yep.
Alright. It all comes down to this. There we go.
Yeah! Excellent.
I mean, we were going to get the kill on him with Akito anyways, because we just keep throwing Akito attacks into it until it happened. But this also gets us the SR point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Blood.
Just dump the pepper and the Worcestershire sauce and the salad dressing and the steak in my mouth, please.
Actually, Akito is, of everybody, most specifically horrified by Van's abuse of food, seeing as he's a cook.
Ah.
Or at least he was, before most of him got fucking destroyed, including his sense of taste.
Because they are.
Nice. Man!
You'll... Damn it, man, you'll tell
I'm
me
gonna give you the
all.
scary face!
I'm gonna eat ya.
No, he mostly just throttles people.
Man, you can't eat people.
You gotta go for the fingers. The fingers are weak point. SuperRobotWars.jpg. Everybody involved in SuperRobotWars.jpg, I should say. I too roamed the wasteland looking for a man with only a photo and a complicated set of feelings.
Have you seen this man?
Who is this man?
Here, you need a picture of him, and you need to post it in people's faces after you've Gundam fought them.
During your Gundam fight against them, at random times during conversations.
So yeah, the weather's been weird lately. Have you seen this man?
Who is that?
Like, he's just not pulling off the jeans look. I think a nice pair of slacks. Do you know this man? I'll interview them.
I have not yet seen any conversations in this between Van and Spike about how they look very similar.
I am a member of the proud Black Knights of Second Area 11. Tetsuya has shown an emotion other than smug arrogance. Deserved smug arrogance, considering he is the pilot of Mazinger. It's Han Solo arrogance. To shreds.
Revenge.
Blood.
Don't always look so serious.
Domon's not capable of looking anything other than serious.
Alright, so we can do our cleanup work here.
I knew it.
Yep.
Throw Akito into the special order.
What's that? Oh,
Throw Akito into the special order.
VIP.
Then go to buy, and there should be a new scene.
They tried to make a mobile armor actually relevant. That'll never happen. Vengeance is not worth TACP.
With 100
No, the data we got.
data on vengeance.
Revengeance.
Now, everyone, Mr. Akito is what we call a hot mess, and you don't want to be in the middle of that.
Sagiri, can we help? No. Well, that didn't go as planned.
God, no, I recognize Psycho from a mile away. $100. Job ammo.
What?
Destroy an enemy from 12 spaces away.
Yeah. We can do the rest of this maintenance stuff next time,
Yeah,
or
save it.
off screen. So thank you all for joining us for another Sunday stream. We'll be on tomorrow. I don't know if... I haven't decided yet whether or not I'm going to actually stream and do a multi-Twitch thing or not, but we're going to be playing a multiplayer Stardew Valley game with our buddy Hunter Green here.
Yep.
So at the very least, check out his channel. So that'll be up and going. Again, I might be streaming from my side, but it'll be Bizarro Stardew Valley with all the mod stuff I've got on. But I'm not sure yet on that one. And then we'll be back again on Tuesday around 7 p.m. Pacific with a game that has suddenly become surprisingly relevant as of Friday when they announced a new
Hell yeah.
Sakura Wars game coming out next year. I'm going to be playing Sakura Wars So Long My Love, and I've been planning this for multiple weeks now, actually, and then Sega decided to make me actually have relevancy instead of just playing a bizarre fuck-off game. So look forward to that one. And then we'll be back, next Sunday, around the same time, 2 p.m.-ish Pacific, playing some more Super Robot Wars. So have a good one, everyone.
Bye, everyone.